Are we ready? Well, I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. I am back, I am rested, and I'm ready to get back to streaming our regular scheduled programming, which is programming Insignia. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Thank you so much for your support over the weekend while I worked on Ludum Dare. And obviously continued support since ever, but also following off the back of GDC and our enjoyable, amazing time in LA streaming with the Privagen. So everybody who's here now, we're back to what I normally do. I'm going to get back to this in a minute and explain kind of what the next little while of our programming, of our streaming is going to look like. But I'd like to start off with a bit of a recap of Ludum Dare, just to show you and talk about what I worked on and just how much of that we'll be doing in the future, any additional follow-ups on Ludum Dare, that kind of thing. Before I do any of that, I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat on Twitch and on YouTube. Welcome. Big thanks to most recent follower Wise Healer and most recent subscriber Flunkel. Welcome Flunkel. Hope everyone had a good weekend. For those of you who participated in Ludum Dare, good luck. I hope you were able to finish your projects and get what you want out of the jam. I certainly did. A little update on Insignia Steam wishlisting. Of course, I would be remiss if I didn't always mention it, because I've been working how many years on this thing. Insignia has a Steam page now. Check it out. This is the wishlist page for Insignia. I've been working on this for 8 years, and finally we have a page where you can go and wishlist the game. Your support is necessary for the game's future and very much appreciated. Thank you so much for everybody who's already wishlisted, and for those of you who are interested, go ahead and check it out. You can just type in search Insignia in Steam and it'll show up. So an update on this. This page has been live for 4 days. This is the 5th day, I think, since it went live. We have over 2,000 wish lists already. How good is that? I was kind of hesitant to give a number earlier on in the week because it's just too early to tell. But we're now at 2,200 in 4 days. So it's good. It's good stuff. I basically have to just keep pushing. We have to keep going. That number needs to cross many times that before I think we've reached the potential of where we could get in terms of having publishers really recognize that hey, this kind of game, this kind of project made in front of an audience with no real predation of certain mechanics that you might otherwise expect in games, blah, blah, blah. All that data doesn't matter. We just want to play good games. So I just want to make a good game for you and warrant that support. I think in 2025, that would be a really optimistic thing if we were able to show that kind of thing is worth supporting. So that's what I've been trying to make. That's what I'm asking you to support. Let's talk about Ludum Dare. I did get some rest. I slept 5 hours immediately after the stream, and then slept another 9 hours, 10 hours last night. So I've slept. I have now slept. I finally got back and sent an email, a 1,200 word email to my grant supervisors for the grant fund managers for Screen Australia and Screen New South Wales, because they've been hey Adam, what's going on? Where are you? Why haven't you applied to do a quittal on the grant and submitted the demo? which is what we're going to talk about in a little bit. But let's first talk about Ludum Dare and how that went and where we're at with it. This is the very complicated scene that it looks like when you press play on the game. But this is the game that I made. This was a solo project in Unity, made in 48 hours. This was submitted for Ludum Dare, which has just begun judging. Well, it's a day into judging. The judging period takes about 2 weeks. Now, I worked on, is there a downloadable Windows version? There is not yet, there's just the web version, but I will probably put a Windows version out soon. Okay, let me do a really quick recap. So this jam, I was concerned that I wouldn't be able to put the time and energy into doing an all-nighter on the second day, because I typically do that, but it's been a very, very busy, I've got a very busy week coming up and a few months. So this game started as, I didn't know what I was going to make. We just kind of went raw with it, which is, I think, a fun way to do things. Let me see if I can open up that page we were just opening. Yeah. I didn't have like a lot of ideas planned. We just sort of started building something. And I started with like 2 ideas. One was like plants that would grow and die around the presence of things. And the other one was like just layers, and having those layers accessible based on how alive the plants are. The game, I'll just fast forward. We'll do like a proper recap in a couple of weeks when the jam judging happens. I'll just give my like impressions of the jam and the result of the jam in the game. So the jam itself, I'll give myself like a 7 out of 10 in terms of like my planning, development, what I spent the time on, and how it went. This was like an extremely sensitive project for me, because it was the kind of project where I could tell that there was a really cool mechanic there if I just got the UX and the balance right to make it understandable. That was going to be the hardest thing for this game, was how do I present something to the player where they intuitively understand what the hell this game is without paragraphs of explaining. Because it's not a new concept. It's not an obvious concept. Like going forward and back is not something that I think makes a lot of sense to players in a 2D game, especially when you can be blocked off from returning if you try to return at the wrong spot. So here, how do I tell you that you can't do that without showing you something overlaid onto the screen? It's a problem that I think if you give me any more than 2 days, I can solve. But in 2 days, this was really hard to solve. Even for someone who like prides themselves on like, UX and that kind of thing, this was like really, really challenging to make intuitive. That said, I think I did the work that's in there, I'm so proud of. Like even the sound effects, like I created that sound effect in the jam. You know what I mean? The way that it ascends through the chromatic tones as you go up through it's so cool. There's so many cool things in it that I think are like worth celebrating, that maybe in the future I would go back to. And I almost feel like the game warrants more energy, and some of that might be in structuring, like maybe it's a content question. I really think that like having more levels might have saved this, like maybe earlier levels that are more gentle in how they teach the player the mechanics. And maybe even like numbered levels, like level 1, level 2, level 3, just to give the player a sense of satisfaction as they get through and learn. Because right now, I think the game is a little bit opaque. Like it's hard to understand what you're supposed to do, what your objectives are, where you're supposed to go, how to approach the game is difficult. It's not obvious. Even this, like the third thing you do in the game, is not clear. So some of that is stuff that I think I was kind of splitting a little bit the difference between, one, making a thing that just works technically, two, making levels that do it justice, like the concept, that were fair, but also weren't so easy to do, wasn't so obvious that like the whole thing just fell apart as a puzzle. I think this is like really, really hard to balance because there's kind of only one trick really. And once you know the trick, once you understand how it works, the availability of information is extremely fine balanced. It needs to be fine balanced. And also the layout of the levels, like even here, the white and the red kind of overlap. As soon as you start getting a bit more far into it, you can like make the whole screen overlap and you can start hacking through parts of the levels. You can also break the game for yourself. There are some things that I would definitely need to fix. But I'm proud of it. I'm proud of what I made. Like I'm really happy with what it is, you know? I got to put my little stamp on it in terms of animation. I got to design all these levels with a new mechanic. I got to explore something that, yeah, it is novel to me and that it was interesting. I got to do sound effects and music. In terms of, I got to do it in front of an audience and have them enjoy what I was making. Like, it was a real privilege to do this jam. I feel a little bit down about it. Just feeling like I could have done better. Like my wife played it and she was like, I don't get it. And I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. Like it's a very opaque game, literally. But because it's not for everyone, I don't think it's going to win the jam. It might not even break the top 20 because it's just a little bit, it feels a little bit like, you know, that in Indie Game, the movie, when Jonathan Blow is you know, he's looking at people play his game and like not getting it and he gets upset. I feel like this might end up as one of those situations of like, I don't think it's going to be easy for people to get this game. And I think it's going to lose them before it gets there. Like, I just think that's going to happen and that's okay. I'm still proud of it. I'm very proud of it. I would like to make it a more smooth learning curve and a more fair game because I think the level design doesn't do the concept justice yet. There are some really cool ideas in there that like most players won't discover because they'll either accidentally brute force themselves through it or just give up before they get there. And that's why balance and iteration is important in a puzzle game. Yeah, I'm quite happy with it. That's the thing. I feel like if you watched me make it, it's a little bit, you watched me play through this like 17 times. So like, I can show you, I can explain it really quickly, how the game works and what it is. So I hate having to do that, but just for the sake of documenting it. This game is out. Yeah, I made this on the weekend. Does that link work? Yep, there you go. Also, you can wishlist Insignia on Steam right now. So, this is Wonderwood. The game starts with fog. You can't enter the fog. That's the first thing. You can walk around through the levels, and where the fog is clear, you can pass through into the next layer. You can jump, you can walk, and you can also pick up orbs. Now, you can't do anything here, but if you cross over here, you notice that there are plants that grow in certain spots in the level around the orbs. So, you can pass through again. And eventually, you'll find there's nothing you can do in this level. You can't go back, you can't go forward. You can only go back where you had come through. So, the idea is basically just try stuff out. If you want, you can jump through here. Jump through here, and look, there you go. Now, basically the idea is to prod and check your way through, looking for ways forward. So you can go this way. Because the smoke is clear here, you can go this way. There's an apple. You take this. It looks like we could go up that way as well. You could try going through, but there's nothing there. So maybe we'll go back this way. You can see these little flies, these little fireflies. The purple ones mean that there's something back here. Well, all of the different colors mean different things. So that means that there is an orb of that color on the previous layer, is what it means. Very hard to communicate in a jam. But this is kind of what it looks like. Now I have to remember how to do this as well. The theme was depths. Just going to bring this with me. It was a good theme. I gotta bring this with me. Hey, thank you so much. Oh, I didn't want this one. I wanted this one. Nope. I think it's like, oh, how did I do this again? This might be hard. I did do it. Huh. How do I do this? Hang on a second. I've forgotten how to do my own puzzle. Oh, how do I do this? I gotta get... Oh, I can do this. Can I do this? Hey! Okay, there we go. Now actually, what I really want to do is grab this green. But I lost the orb coming through. I needed that orb. Oh, that's game breaking. Because it presses the button. Oh, I found it. That's like a 50-50. There's literally one thing that I have to change to make that work. Do you know what? You are allowed to make updates if it's game breaking. There's literally one thing. It's level zoomer. No, it's on character. No, it's on level zoomer. It's I force the player to try to select an orb, but I should do it if game manager if there is no null. If there's no... It's if there is no orb. Then try to select it as you go through. That's the only thing I would need to change to fix that. You can solve it without doing that. It's got some Fez vibes to it, that's right. You can do it from here actually, if you get this one first. So the idea is to jump. Hang on a second. Okay, it's not do that. It's, well, you can go through this way. And then the idea is to jump. Oh, no. I got it. The idea is to leave it here, jump, and then jump and go backwards at the same time. There you go. That's how you get that. You can do it at the start. So it's technically possible to win the game without without doing anything. Maybe I should have all of the orbs reset their position when you loop. I'm not sure. I think it's fine as is. But yeah, there you go. Maybe we could do just like a build to export that. So there you go. Definitely, like I said, definitely like not easy and not approachable, which is not the way that a jam should be. A jam should be much more gentle. But I think I just got fascinated with the idea of things that I could make in this. And 48 hours, man. Hard to churn something out that's like, it's often very luck based that you find a project that just conforms into the right shape in 48 hours, like without iteration, just doing it. So yeah, I am proud of it though. I want to say just quickly, one other thing about this that like made it, like I was talking to my wife about it and she's like, could you have planned it better? She's like, why didn't you, like, was it a planning issue? There were, and there always is, stuff in jams where you have an idea for something that you want to execute on. And in the moment, you don't have a good way of strategizing what would be a risk-free and viable way of achieving something. Sometimes you just have to go to the first thing that you know how to do or that you think you might be able to figure out in the time. There were like 3 things here. One of them was like layer management was hard. Like getting the layer system to work was difficult, and especially ordering the depth order of objects on layers and passing objects between layers and updating their orders. Having things fade away when you go through a layer because there's no real depth, it's 2D. So that was hard, but that's the whole concept of the game. You can't change that. Then fog. The fog was actually a really hard mechanic for me to get right because I had different ideas about what it would be. There is a difference in how the game is. If you can see even a little bit through the level, that's different from if it's opaque. And having the fog respond to the lights is not like how to do that is not straightforward. Because there's some rendering stuff going on. I tried a few things. It was quite difficult. I was pretty defeated at 6 p.m. on the second day. I wasn't sure I was going to complete the game, to be honest. I had other things I wanted to do. I wanted to do NPCs. I wanted to do all kinds of stuff. More explicit story. But I think I successfully did pivot enough to like cut my losses and make something finished. So, you know, you're kind of like running down a hallway that's getting smaller in all different directions. And you've got to twist and contort to not get crushed as you go through. I feel like that's what Ludum Dare is. 48 hours is so little time to make a game. And I think to attribute like where I got to and the failings of the project, if you even want to call them that, as like a failure of planning, I think is kind of not It's not a fair way to think about game development. Like, it's just not what it is. It's just kind of insane to think that a game can be made in 48 hours that's reliably good, no matter what strategy that you have. So I'm very proud of what I made. That's all I'm trying to say. And I'm trying to remind myself to be proud of it because it's easy for me to be self-critical too. So if you finished a game or didn't finish a game, I think you should be proud either way of just sitting down and trying it. You know, it's really hard to do this kind of stuff. Games are fun to play. They can be fun to make, but they can also be very, very, very strenuous to try to make in a period of time that normally you wouldn't even have an idea formed in 2 days. So that's Ludum Dare. Thank you all for watching again. I had a great time. The shadow at first was made to indicate to the player that you can't teleport now, but that was a little lost by the end. Yeah, I mean, I think even that as a system, it's interesting because as the levels got more detailed and there were more lights, it was harder to tell the difference. Like on this page, on the first layer, I think it's pretty good. I think it's clear where you can and where you can't go. The difference is that we had that system started when there was no fog. And so the fog, the shadow layers that we have, like going through here, like you can see it a little bit. Like let's say I come back here and I bring this over here. That shadow still tells you that you can't go through, but like now there's like tutorial text in that level and there's like 2 other levels visible on the way through. See what I mean? It's like this is actually hard to see what it is, but not because of like any of the mechanics, but just because all the mechanics are visible all at once. Like this is a really hard screen to look at, but I couldn't. How do you design that until after you've already done the level design? But the level design came last because I was trying to get the systems working. So it's like, or the systems like functional. Like this fog, I'm so proud of it. I'm so proud of it. And I was horribly anxious about the fog for most of the time. Like that's half of the game is the fog. The other half is the orbs. And between the two of them, where we ended up, they don't quite complement each other in a way that feels holistic. But I mean, what could I do? In the next, like I said, the next iteration I ever do on this, if possible, I think I would simplify. I would make it so that you can't see 2 layers deep no matter what. That's what I would do. I would try that. And I would try making can you beat it? Yeah, of course you can. I just did on stream. If you want to go check the VOD, you can check that. I think all the elements are there actually. I think most of it is the level design and like 1 or 2 little like VFX things that might just simplify the way the game presents itself to the player. But very happy. I'm very happy with it. It's probably the most ambitious game I've ever built in a jam that I finished. That had so many moving parts. Like Remember Apollo was very simple by comparison. Very simple game. Even Trauma, pretty simple. It was 1 system. It's a good system. Trauma was probably a better jam game because of how the one mechanic kind of just came together. This, I think the concept made it harder. Like this is a more difficult concept to pull off than Traumas. Especially trying to make like just the layer management system. Just the idea that you can do this has implications that the Trauma system didn't have. It's just harder to pull off, basically. But that was the idea. So that was the brief, you know. I streamed, man, okay, let's talk about that as well. I streamed like 36 hours out of the 48 and I'm live right now. So Also got to give myself like full marks for showing up, especially because the week prior I did a 7-day stream session with Prime and the boys in LA, and I just did GDC before that. I wonder why I'm so tired. No, I'm feeling okay. So let's talk about what's next for Insignia and everything else that's going on in my life. Alrighty. So I just wrote an email today to my grant fund managers talking about what we're going to be doing, what's happening with Insignia, because they are basically hoping for me to wrap up and deliver the demo. Well, I said by like end of February, hoping to have it ready for GDC. We did take a demo to GDC, but the GDC demo is quite hands-on. Like, it requires me to be there, guiding the player a little bit, because there's so much content in Chapter 1 that we didn't get to polish all of it before GDC. That's basically what I'm doing right now. I'm gonna put the next couple of weeks into polishing the demo content and getting it into a place where it can be played hands off. So yeah, that's basically it. I mentioned earlier that we got a ton of wish lists over the weekend. I think I talked about this on my last video. If you want like way more information about all this stuff, you can check me out on YouTube. For those of you on YouTube, you can just go to the channel page and watch my last upload. In terms of like what our future plans are for the project regarding funding specifically. So the short version is, right now, the 5 people who were working on this game up until the end of February, I don't have a budget to pay them to continue working. That budget was limited to the grant. The grant funding is limited to the milestone that we're working on. So that grant milestone basically just covers their budget for the assets that they helped to produce and the level design and etc. for Chapter 1 of Insignia. Since that work's done, that budget, well, it was only there to cover that. So the next time that I'm going to be able to have those team members working on the game is after we've secured the next round of funding. That next round of funding basically comes down to one of 2 options. Either it's through Kickstarter and crowdfunding, or it's through a publishing deal. That's basically how this works from here on out. Unless like more collaboration opportunities come down my pipeline and we just do more sponsorships and stuff, like full content creator, but to pay a team off of the back of content would be insane. I would have to 5x my output because it only just covers my cost of living. So I don't think that's likely unless Prime wants to do a tower stream once a month. So realistically, I do want to put out way more content going forward. Like the next 6 months, I'll be uploading probably like once a week, and I'll be putting I'll be doing lots of streaming dev, and I'll be doing plenty of work on the project. But I also need to start shifting gears in such a way, like this business, IndieTales, Adam C. Eunice, Insignia, all of that works better when I'm not the only one doing it. So like in terms of content, having an editor. In terms of getting publishers, having a producer. In terms of getting content on the game done, having a team. All of those things are easier and better when I'm not the only one trying to make them go, because otherwise everything gets compromised by everything else. Any time that I'm spending on one thing, I'm not spending on another. And the only way I think that we can, there's like I said, 2 ways of doing it, publisher versus crowdfunding. And I think the crowdfunding option is a really important one. It's one that like I'm seriously considering. But I think I would need personally to see some risk management happen in terms of seeing the wish list page become a little stronger over time. If that persists, if we can get like even half of the pace we have right now to be the perpetual pace of that page, then I think having a wish list, having a Kickstarter would be trivial. I think we could do it. But it also requires a lot of energy to do a good Kickstarter. Requires a really good brand, really good fulfillment, really good special, like, what's the word? You know, if you can sweeten the deal somehow by offering something really cool, like maybe there's a guest composer or you have somebody on board affiliated with the project that gives it credibility. I feel like that helps a lot. Maybe that's me a little bit, but like it would be nice to have a bit more. I think we could do a Kickstarter at any time and pull a decent amount to get chapter 2 done. I think that's very feasible. But it'd be nice to just wait a little bit on that. Maybe another month or two before I start thinking about it. The big figure that I'd like to share with you that I've already mentioned a bit earlier, but for those of you who are in the chat right now who weren't there at the beginning, we have over 2,000 wish lists and the page has been up for 4 days. So that feels really good. I launched the page on like Thursday. It's now Tuesday. So 4 days, this is the 5th day. To get to 2K in that time is amazing. If we could keep that pace up, like even half of that pace, even a third of that pace, like 100 a day would be great. But 500 a day it's over 500 a day right now. It's 550 a day. So if we could get it down, if we could keep it above 100 a day, we could get, that's 10K wish lists within 10 weeks. Is that right? Not quite. Within 100 days. Yeah, Thomas is a great guy. I'd love to chat with him again soon. Yeah, and no announcement yet. We haven't even put a YouTube video out announcing the actual. There's a trailer coming soon. Yeah, and no advertising for sure. No like paid adverts or anything like that. Oh, I'm sure all of them came from this stream. Maybe some from Thomas Brosh's video. Maybe some from my YouTube video. But that video's only got like 5K views on it. So Tom's has, I think, like 10 or 12 or something. So most of it would have come from this stream over the weekend, pretty much. So thank you so much, everybody who has been wishlisting. If you haven't wishlisted yet and you're watching this video, go ahead, go click the button to the moon. Let's go, pals. We are making this happen. I have like a righteous fire in me that like it is not right that the experience that I had at GDC, the way that like publishers kind of set the tempo for what kinds of games get supported, it's not right, because I know what kind of games I like to play and I know what kind of games other people like to play. You know, the Nintendo Direct for the Switch 2 was like, what, three days ago. On that Direct, all the games I was excited about playing, and when I watch reactions of people on the internet, the kinds of games they're excited to play are all like highly polished single player campaign games. You know what I mean? Like even the Dusk Bloods, the From Software game, nobody wants to play Night Rain. Well, not nobody, but a lot fewer people want to play Night Rain everyone that I know that I spoke to was disappointed to hear that Duskbloods was like PvPvE and not a story game, because we all want Bloodborne 2. Like, this kind of game has demand for it. It's just, you need to do a really good job of it for it to be worth people's time and energy. But that doesn't mean that it shouldn't be supported as a genre. I don't know why like people, like publishers, seem down on adventure games. That's just dumb and a misapprehension of like what should drive the market. So I feel like just even if you like just want to support this for the purpose of like showing that you want to play a single player story game, please wishlist Insignia. Yeah, like I don't want to play, I like roguelikes, I like deck builders, I like online games. I was playing a bit of Fortnite yesterday with my wife because she's playing that now and I want to, I want to play games with her. So, there's space for that. But like, I didn't grow up being inspired by that. I grew up being inspired by games like this. So that's all I have to say. Let's make some games, huh? Hey, Taimari, thank you so much. Muhani says, I think it's also buyer's market for companies in general. Whether you're trying to get employed or get funding, they're always getting more inbound with less money to throw around. Yeah, I think they're very, like, I get that there's pessimism. And I get that there are games out there that didn't perform that well. And it's hard to know as a publisher or like a stakeholder, doing whatever, venture capitalism or whatever, it's hard to go, is this going to sell well? That's why we have wish lists. That's exactly the reason. Like, they don't know what makes a game successful until they see what games are successful. And this kind of game, you don't get metrics on this before it comes out. Based on, like, if it was early access, you'd get that. If it was a live service, you'd get that. Because it's neither of those. I don't have like a player base that I'm building that builds credibility. All I have are viewers. That's it. So viewers and wish listers. So it's time to start, converting that and proving that, like, hey, there's demand for this kind of thing, which there obviously is. I just need to make sure that I'm out there doing it justice. That's pretty much it. I need to make sure that I'm doing this game, giving it the chance it deserves to be good and to come out and to have lots of people know about it when it comes out. So let's look at the Figma page and let's start thinking about what we're actually going to do today on this. So I have a festival that we're taking Insignia to at the end of the week. And I'll mostly be using the GDC demo for that. I think that's the most important, the most straightforward, feasible way to do this. But I need to start working on wrapping up the demo too. So this is done. In fact, all of this is done pretty much. Let's take this dinner thing and pop it in there. That's already there. Get rid of that. Alrighty. Man, I haven't looked at this in like 3-4 weeks now, so it's really important that I take a look. I'm just going to go into focus mode a little bit, and I'll keep talking, but I won't necessarily see chat while I'm doing it. This is something that, for those of you who are new watchers of the stream, we do this pretty often, so don't be discouraged. I'm also trying to spend a bit more energy chaptering out my content a bit more. So you may see a little bit of energy in the next coming weeks put into chunking what I'm talking about, making it easy to clip, that kind of thing. It feels like there's a lot of opportunity for me to do a better job of streaming for the purpose of converting that into content. I do not read chat. I'm telling you. I insist I don't read chat in focus mode. So, because I can't read chat, I'm going to look at the stuff that I'm working on right now. I'm actually turning it off. I've got Discord in front now. I can't see what you're saying. So, it's now 3 or 2:30, 2:40. Let's look at these tasks. I'm just going to go over them and just see what I think about them, see if they're still relevant. Mini boss fight with Hunden. I know straight away that I'm going to put, there's a new task here that's get Morgan's, what's his name? Oh, I friggin' hate this. Get Morgan's Hugo track into his scene. What else? Remaining accessories. Yeah, that's pretty high up on there. I think this is all going to be pretty relevant still. Explain the powers aren't additive. That's pretty low on the priority list. Pillow interface visual. Yeah, I guess. Excavation hub. Check leftover cutscene. Ah, yeah. That's pretty high up there, actually. Arnstead Underground 1. Locked chest contents. Arnstead Underground 1. Locked chest contents. I guess I just have to go over all of the quest stuff, all of the item economy stuff, and just look through it. Wait, let's do the accessories first. This is actually a really fun task because it means that I get to develop like very tiny micro mechanics for the game, and you get to watch me do that. So a lot of development can be iterative and boring. This is like fresh new stuff, and it's like each one will take me like 2 or 3 hours tops. Just wacky different ways of augmenting gameplay. What else have we got? Content. This is all level design stuff. Design menu. Yeah, oh man, this is boring and annoying, but it has to be done. It's actually blocking me from testing the game to not be able to look at the inventory anymore because it's broken. So let's actually put that as a high priority this week. That's actually super high. Those logs. I guess it kind of competes a little bit. There's two sort of things. There's like the boss fight and polish and like the Athenium section. I don't think many people are going to play that this weekend. No one's going to get to that part of the game. I've only got like 1 or 2 setups max, and people aren't going to sit there for 45 minutes playing it. So let's work through the menu stuff. Okay. Polish. Yeah, that's probably fair. Do this. Yeah, that cutscene, sure. Pitch deck is looking good right now. Let's delete that. Trailer, I don't have any current tasks on that. Long-term budget discussions. Yeah. A little recap I can give you really quickly, pals, about just what's been going on with those publisher conversations. I kind of mentioned it a little bit in my video on YouTube. There's basically the question that I got from the publishers that I did speak to. Actually, I had like a really interesting conversation with a publisher, Thunderful Games. Hello. You need something? One sec, I'll mute it. Pardon me. So Thunderful, they published a game called Planet of Lana, which is very story-based. And they've published a bunch of other games since. They're in Europe. They were one of the publishers that rejected me outright. They were like, nope, we can't. We're not looking into games like yours this time at GDC. I was like, fair enough, no worries. But the guy who I was speaking to, this is pre-GDC, he was like, but I'm personally interested in the game. So do you mind coming around and showing it to me just because I want to see it? Not because we can promise you anything. That's literally what happened. And I was like, sure, like I'll take whatever meeting I can get, right? And after, he was like, I think he was pretty impressed. He was pretty happy. And since then he's emailed back and said like, hey, like, do you have like a more refined pitch deck? Can I have the demo so that I can basically internally pitch it into the publisher? To me, that's like a great sign. That's turning a no into a yes, like into a something. That's not necessarily a yes, but like turning a no into a, actually, we should talk more. But that conversation, when we get to that point, I will need to, if the conversation gets to that point, I need to be fully armed with every possible, I need to have every answer to every question that could come my way in an actual publishing contract negotiation. I need to know exactly how much money we need, exactly how much time we need, exactly what we're kind of, what are the unknowns, where we need our resources. The more I know, the less we lose in efficiency because we didn't answer or talk about things in advance, and the less risk is involved in the project. So it's really important to be able to like have that stuff locked down, but I don't have the experience for that stuff. So part of like what I think I need moving forward is like, it'd be great to get a mentor, you know, or someone like a producer, someone who like understands what we're doing a bit better than I do. So there's some strategy stuff here that I was sort of, you know, it's like I probably need just a few more conversations with more developers, you know. Yes, we need $1 billion and 100 years. Nothing will go wrong. Easy. Okay, I did this task on the plane. Hooray. I can delete it now. Congratulations. Yeah, that's important too. Did I not do this? Parry Pebble? I thought that was done. I don't know what. Oh, it's like bug fix or like it's like the feedback. That's not a thing anymore. That's important. I should put this in like a thing called like fixes. So that's what this, and this are. As well as this and this. Pitching is, you know, I think I'm starting to learn something about myself as a developer and maybe just in general to do with like exposure therapy. I think like when you're at the start of something and you look at the future and you think, I couldn't do that. The you who can't do it is you today. By the time you get to the point where it's being asked of you, you will have grown a lot to get to that point. So like, yeah, it's terrifying to pitch a game that you didn't make and that you don't have any idea about because you haven't built it yet. But when you've built your game, pitching it is like talking about yourself because it's like, that's all you've been doing for how long? It becomes easier to do because you have all of the experience. Or at least that's my experience. Okay. This is fine. This is kind of more like not a bug. This is just like non-urgent stuff that's important for storytelling. This is content. This is actually pretty good, but maybe it's background. All right, let's go off focus mode for a sec. I guess because drama, dark lemon, I think what happens is if you're in a market that's growing, you can get funding before you've done anything. If you're in a market that's shrinking or going through some kind of like recession or difficulties, then the hard work needs to get done by you first. That tends to be what happens, I think. Like, lots of developers pitch games that they haven't started working on yet. That's very common. But those developers aren't looking to... I'll tell you, in my case specifically, I'm looking to make a lot of money on this game because I've put a lot of time into it. So if I had pitched it to a publisher and got a deal signed at the start, they would have taken most of the profit because they would have taken on most of the risk. But because I'm trying to do it basically all myself, I'm trying to be able to negotiate to get way more of the profit to cover up for my, well, not cover up, but to make good on the investment. When you put like 8 years of your life into it, imagine if you worked a full-time job for 8 years, how much money would you expect to have at the end of it? You know, that's kind of what I'd be looking to kind of recoup. Hey, Smack, thank you so much. 72 months, let's go. Oh yeah? That's great, Smack. Thank you so much. Warner says, how much a month would you need if an angel investor were to fund you but required a monthly budget? I have an angel investor option. Genuinely, like right now, it's like 10K AUD a month. It's not crazy, but that's with our team part-time. If we wanted to go full-time, maybe it would have to be more like, let's just double it. Let's say 20K AUD a month and like 2 years. So like we'd be looking at like somewhere in the, for production, just production, we're looking at what, 400? Let's do the math on this. I've been doing the numbers, but let's just keep it on the monthly. Think of it as a monthly thing. 20 times 12 gives you 240. 240 over 2 years gets you 480. Australian, 1,000 Australian dollars, which is more like 380 USD. Maybe less, maybe like 350 based on the current exchange rate. So that's like just production. Do I consider multi-investor? I mean, it will depend. Right now, the whole question about investment really just comes down to like what do they offer outside of the funds? Because ideally, you would want an investor who could actually bring something to the table beyond the money, so that they're increasing the size of what comes out, not just ensuring its fruition. 290. Wow, that's crazy. So in actual fact, what I would like to do is increase the budget to something like 500K USD, like $700,000 Australian would be much better. That's $900,000 Australian, and having a bigger production behind it, with, like a strong, what's the word? Like doing a lot of work, making sure that the thing's polished. That, if we had that budget and we had like a really good publisher who brought a lot to the table in terms of visibility and could help escalate what we're doing with the content side of things, that would be much better than just a publisher who, or an angel investor who just dropped $1 million on us. Now, I think it's possible we could get by with that. I don't know how they're gonna, maybe they would want to recoup their investment and have equity in the company or something like that. I'm not sure what they would want. I just think the way that I see it right now, it's like, that's okay, I don't need this anymore. I see it like this. You got like a pie, and then there's like a much bigger pie. Either I want like a lot of this one, or I want like nothing of this one. Either I get this, or I get this. What I don't want is, like this or this. That's no good. It's just not good for business. So like, I don't mind if I get way less of something massive. And I think that Insignia could be something massive. But it has to improve from where it's at in terms of its market appeal. This has to have like, on launch, like 8 languages that it supports across like Asia and the West. Like to do this one right, you would need to get that done. It would have to have like a healthy QA process, so there wasn't anything game breaking at launch, like really solid. It would have to have a good marketing campaign. It would be maybe even like preferred, like some sort of like special treatment from first parties. Like you want to see it in a Nintendo Direct or something. Like if we got to this space, where we're looking at like 100K wish list or something stupid like that. Okay, then this is like entering the like $10 million Australian profit plus. Okay, if I get like, a 20% or 15% of that, that's fine. The alternative version would be something where we do something much smaller. We do like 2 languages, or 3 maybe. We do 3 lang. We do self-publish. This would be like 500,000 copies. This could be like 100,000 or less. It could be like 80,000 copies. Self-publish, and then we just have to give up what Steam takes. Like that's fine. This you make like 1 million, 1.5 million AUD, and you make like 2, and you keep like 1.5 of it. Okay, that's fine. That's reasonable. But that's the space we're talking about. So if the investment, but the budget for this is like 400K, the budget for this is like 1 million. The thing that's, for me, it's crazy because like this scales much better. This is 10x. This is like, 4x. So it's really about just getting people on board to leverage it, the 4x thing into a 10x thing. And then everyone makes more profit. Everyone makes more money. It's just like, that's hard to like, this would be, Insignia would have to be a game that was as successful as, not Celeste. It wouldn't have to be as successful as that, or even Blasphemous. Maybe like collectively the Momodora series, or not even Nine Souls. I feel like we could get the success we want to be with less than that. In fact, I've got a thing here. Let me show you. I think it's on my other account. Yeah. So we did some scraping of the Steam algorithm. And the games we're talking about are really this range. So like Crosscode. That would be, that if Insignia was about as popular as Crosscode, we'd be in a really good, that would be like where I would hope. Hey, Livy Glizzy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. That'd be great. Sea of Stars is hit higher than it was here. Or even like Owlboy, maybe Eastwood? Probably like Eastwood across a couple of platforms. That's like upper end of what I would expect for Insignia. Lower end, maybe Sanabi. Maybe less than that. What are we talking about? Let's go like, yeah, like The Messenger or Toho Lunar Nights. This kind of region here would be what I think we could do. Yeah, if we do everything right, anywhere in this region is, I think, pretty realistic. And this is single platform, and this is USD. So really it's more like we only really need this kind of success to get that what do you call it? Yeah, I don't know why Pizza Tower is much lower than that. These are all estimated, by the way. These aren't real numbers. These are numbers based on the box lighter method. So it's doing wish lists versus reviews or something like that. It's doing reviews versus copies sold. No, it's inferring copies. It's doing price versus review counts, I think is what it's doing. Has wishlist action been about as you've expected? I mean, it's so early. We haven't even been live for a week yet. And we're already at about 2,500 wish lists, which is good. Really good. Yeah. You should also press this button. Make the number bigger. See how high we can go. So it's been like 4.5 days, 5 days. When will we release? When it's done. So let's go back to some work. We've got to actually do some work today. I'm trying to be really, I'm trying to front load information and about what's happening so that everyone who's watching can be, up to speed. But I've got to get back to doing some majority development streams. Do you have a specific goal with the wish lists? Oh man, I mean, it'd be great to get to 20K before we sign any kind of deal with a publisher. And it would be amazing if we ended up with more than 60 by the end. That would be very promising. That would be extremely promising. In fact, if we got to that point within a year, I would consider self-publishing. It's very promising to get to 2.5K with literally no announcement. Like, we've just been here on stream, just plugging it. My trailer's not even ready yet. So I'm saying this stuff not to I'm saying it because I'm extremely nervous and I'm trying to reassure myself that it's going to be okay. Like, this is the scariest week of my life. I've never known what kind of relationship between my viewership on YouTube there is to actual fans of my content versus fans of my content to people who would buy my game. I don't know. Scary. Self-publishing, it's like what I was just showing you. This is what you're expecting. It's this versus this in terms of what you take. So self-publishing, you take more, but you get less. You make fewer copies, but you take more of the revenue by percentages. Versus with a publisher, you take less of the revenue, but the game is so much bigger because hypothetically, it's more higher quality. You've got better marketing. You've got more resources to make it a bigger thing. Oh, the bigger one. With a good publisher, yeah, you take the bigger one because the slice of the pie, this is less pie than this. Overall, I mean, we could, if we were able to somehow, the ideal, let's just draw it up. The ideal is this. If you get to 80% of the game's development, right? You're actually on the way to completing the game. It's a sure thing. You're going to finish it. And you have, let's just say 60K wish lists. You are at a place where when a publisher comes in, that's all they have to do to get you over the line. They're going to do QA, they're going to do localization. I don't know how to abbreviate that. They're doing marketing. And all they're doing is taking this surefire thing and shooting it to the moon. If you're in that space, you can ask for, you've got a bigger pie, you're going to make a lot of money, but you can ask for a lot more of it. So you can say, hey, we've done all of the work on this project. Instead of it being, Steam takes their third, which is insane, but it's true, or their 30%. Instead of you taking all of your, recouping all of your losses not losses, but investment because you weren't there to invest in it, you're only taking 25 to 30%, let's just say, and I get to keep 66%. Or not 60, what's the word? If you're taking, I get to keep 55 or 40%. That's not 40, but I get to keep say 40. This would be insane. This would be the greatest possible opportunity was if we were to get 30. That can't even be, that's not right. Hang on a second. There's 70 remaining. Yeah, if I was to get 40% of it, or even if this was 25, 45, this would be an insanely good split for us. This would be huge. This would let this of a game that made, if the game makes 10 million or something, let's be ambitious. Let's say the game makes 20 million Australian dollars. And we end up, the company gets 45% of this. Now you end up with $11 million for Up on Hill, $11 million for in the future Insignia stuff, or the stream. You end up with like I don't get to keep that because you get taxed like crazy on it, but like you can reinvest it into a studio, a physical studio. Like this is like dream scenario. You get to you buy a studio property and you set up an office that has a literal recording studio in it, and we do streams like Critical Role style. You know what I mean? We make games with like that would be insane. We're not like that's sort of like best case scenario for something like this, and I wouldn't presume to do that. But since you asked, that would be the ideal. That would be like, holy shit, we made it. And that you get there by doing most of the work yourself and having a really good publisher come in at the end, I think. Again, just some guy. I don't have all the answers. I've never done this before, but from what I understand, that would be the way that we would do it. Especially because you get to keep, like, if you do 80% of the work up front, you're like basically going to finish the game. And this is a thing that I've heard a lot about, like finishing funds. That's a thing that you hear a bit. If this gets done on your own sweat, you control what it is, right? Like you make the game. 9 million? Yeah, 9. You were right. I don't know why I was thinking that this money was over 50. 40 is smaller than 50. Yeah, about 9 million. Sorry. Yeah, it's great. That'd be great. But, and 20 million is like, to get this amount, this is Australian dollars. So AUD for the game, you're looking at like $30 per copy. This is, you normally you get like half of this. So like if that's the recommended retail price, accounting in for sales and stuff, on average, you make like 15, maybe 20 after the chargebacks and everything. So, and taxes. So you take this and you want this to go to that. That's very easy. You make two, you got to sell 1 million copies, right? 1 million copies is this is for all of the platforms. Is that right? Yeah. So across Steam, you got to sell 500K. And then Switch, you got to sell 500K. Unless you want to do some sort of like Android version as well, then you can bring these down, right? You can make them like 300 each. And then you got like mobile. Hypothetically, I don't know if people want to do that for this game. Maybe you could do it like that. But you got to be able to do this. To get to this number, you're looking at different regions. You know, lots of languages. It's not like out of this world. 300K copies on Steam is like, you know, we were just looking at the thing. Like 4 million at $14.99 for Bread and Fred is what, 200K copies? 5 million for $14.99. I don't know how many. I can't do the math on that. You gotta halve this. So let's call it 750. 50 million over 750. $5 million, sorry. That's 600,000 copies. Like, that's for Eastwood. No, that's for Bread and Fred. That's a lot of copies. on Steam, just on Steam. So it's possible, but like you've got to, all of those games are very high profile. So it's hard to do that. I think for Insignia, I don't think like single player, there's like once in a generation games, that's your Hollow Knight and your Celestes. I think that happens for games that are basically launching when a console launches. Is it a Metroidvania? Insignia? It's kind of more like a Zelda-like. It's got some Metroidvania stuff in it, but it's not a Brainia. It's action adventure. Where's 1080p? Like it's an actual. What's going on here? I did something with this level because I was trying to change the zone camera. Like that, maybe? Nope. Nope. Wait, what? Huh? This? That's too high. I actually can't see where the camera's line is. Oh, the blue line is where we're looking. So like there. Sure. So this is full screen. It's not a bad view. I mean, think of like Zelda, like Ocarina of Time, but in 2D. It's more like that. Oh, that's not right. Hang on a second, pals. Hang on a second. That's what I wanted. There we go. Yeah, that's it. Hey Shazid, it's going well. So, where are we at? I met the artist from Celeste a couple of years ago, Pedro. Oh, I know Pedro, not in person, but I know him. I know him like casually as like a fellow pixel artist. Saint 11. I was the only artist on basically the whole game until mid last year. So I would say you could still pretty much attribute the entire game's look and feel to me directly, but not the volume of work on it because I've been having some help from my team. So they worked on, I'll tell you when something shows up that my team worked on. None of this. Mostly music and sound, but also animation for enemies. So like the hedgehog, those plants, the snake, every enemy in this level, my team mostly worked on the animation for. So it was like I would do like the concept of the enemy. In fact, that enemy we just fought, the Martin, they were, I used that enemy as their animation test. So they had to do some animation for it in order to see, like, for me to see if they were fit for the project. Like this ledge hang and this scramble. That's I would do the roughs, and they would do the additional work. This, like, I did the design for this enemy, but then the animations were done by Luca. This guy, I did the design, Morgan did the animation based on my like keyframes. Same with this hedgehog coming up. I did the original animations. But like Luca did that chunk and that chest that you just saw. So it's now a team project for sure. I still do all the environments and all the backgrounds. And obviously I've put in the majority of the work up to this point. That's probably going to remain the case. All of this is me. Okay. Let's tackle a task if we can. Thank you, Daddy Longbrains. Thank you. You can wishlist it right now on Steam. There's the button. Show your support if you're interested in the game. Ever seen the light of day? We need it. Okay. So I want to work on... I think the accessories, these menus, not that, this, oh no, this is that, this, and this are kind of my priorities this week, I think, because there's this stuff, and then there's like fast travel. Did I mention that in this? No, I'd like to explore the map system. That's something that we haven't been able to put into, it's something that I think for late game, or just general, in navigating the demo towards the end, having a fast travel system is going to help people stay engaged, because there's a lot of backtracking. So have I tested outside? With outside as the movement and combat. Yeah, I mean, this game's been in development for like 8 years. So it's been to many conventions and local game dev meetups. I'll be honest, I am tuning it for me. It's what I think feels good, because the game's movement feel is actually constrained by the mechanics of the game. So I don't want the jump, for example, to be higher than this. I can't make the jump higher than this because there are abilities that you get later on that are more powerful. The attacks, I don't want them to be faster than this. I want them to be slower, actually. I think it would be better if the animations were slower. Because there are things later in the game that are more powerful. So the game feel, because it's not just a pure platformer, it's not just Celeste, it's an action adventure. You become more powerful as you play. No one has played enough of the game, except for me and like a couple other people, to really be able to say, oh, this should feel better. This jump should be higher, or you should be able to run faster. I have made adjustments based on people's feedback for sure. Like I made the run faster recently. Not by a whole lot, because again, the level design breaks if you can move faster. You know, if you can move so fast that when you jump jump further, then this becomes not a challenge anymore to be able to do that. So it's actually based on like the level design that the player's movement properties. I'm more concerned about whether or not it feels easy or intuitive than if it feels physically good to play right now. At least in those first 5 minutes. But it's like, imagine trying to judge the way a game should feel in the first 5 minutes when the game is like a 12, 13, 14 hour game. You know what I mean? And no one who's played the game for only 5 minutes should have that kind of authority because they don't know the game. So it is important to listen to people, but it's also important to like understand what you're making too. And where that comes from. Like, how do you validate that? Okay, so we've got some broken menus. Let's do some real work. I'm going to take a break and then go into focus mode. What's the target difficulty? This game has difficulty in a few different axes. I'll talk about that and then I'll take a break. So let me show you some stuff that's like more difficult. So this is difficult platforming, right? You come down here and you gotta cross over here. Ah, we didn't get the thing, so we're gonna die here. Let's get this. So this is like Mario Maker, Celeste level, you know, platforming stuff. It's actually not that hard, but it is hard for people who don't know how to do it. So like that's not easy. That's kind of difficult to do. And there's like a harder challenge that you can get to if you do this. Hang on a second. Like even just that was not, it is like a Korok challenge, exactly. Like this is not, that's kind of, you're using almost every trick in the bag to do that. From like your base moveset. As a puzzle, it's not that hard, but as a platforming challenge, it's not easy. Like that. We'll come back to this. Hang on. Oh. I can't remember how to do this. I think I need the other ability. Luca actually put this together. Yeah, I need this one. Oh. Hang on. Now it changes. Now we have to do this. And then this. And then this, into this. There we go. Yeah, there's a character who's lost all his feathers and he gives you rewards every time you bring him a certain amount of feathers. It's like Hestu. It's pretty much Breath of the Wild. His name's Pillow. He's this little fox guy. So he has like a flying machine that breaks in the first chapter. And you got to repair the flying machine by bringing him all of his feathers back. So that's like difficult platforming. Then there's like difficult combat. So this enemy is currently the hardest enemy you can fight in chapter 1 or in the game. Okay. He's a little bit buggy. Come on, mate. So he'll do attacks that you have to parry. And then you can use him against him. But if you just try to wail on him, he just takes you out. So he's very fast, he can chase you down. You have to use the right attacks in the right order, like to actually like get at him. If you want to parry this, you have to jump over his head. You have to use like different abilities to get out of the way. He can dodge you. He's pretty tough. Most people die first time when they fight him. He's probably overtuned and he needs some tweaking. He's not right yet. But I'll be doing that before the end of the demo. So that fight sees you get like 3 different abilities. And that enemy has different abilities. So like the idea of like parrying specific moves to get access to different moves. He also has like a grab. I don't know why he's stuttering so much. I think actually, I gotta fix that. One sec. That would be his... There are some basic enemy property things in this game. I think it's the sprite renderer doing pixel perfect. I think I set him to pick... Oh, it's not pixel perfect. Huh, okay, well I have no idea why that's happening. On the slopes only. He can grab you, throw you. And the grab looks like that red attack. So you got to be careful about like which one you... Like I know how to do it because I'm good at it because I built it. So there's lots of, you know, there's stuff in there. There's difficult stuff in there, but that's kind of like off the beaten path a little bit. Most of it is not that complicated, but this is chapter 1. So we got to have breathing room. How does he get the abilities back? Oh, that's pretty straightforward to answer. So in this game, the way abilities work is if the enemy that you got the abilities from is dead, you get to keep the ability until the end of the level. If the enemy you got the abilities from is alive, when you use the abilities, they go back to the enemy. So there's an incentive for beating the enemies. It's so that you can keep the abilities and then obviously use them to do platforming in the level. But like, let's just say I want to use this ability anytime I want. Oh, there's no snake here. There used to be a snake here and you could use the ability to, well, you defeat the snake and you can jump whenever you want. Oh, and that's obviously not in the build right now, so you can't even go down there, but... where else can I show you some ability stuff? We've got a lot more work to do on them, but the concept is pretty strong. The concept is there. Like the systems are strong and finished. Only 2 here? Whoa. So here you get things like this into that. You do that into, hang on. Let's see if we can get all of the abilities off him first. Whoop, I don't think so. I'll take that. Ooh, nope, nope. Okay, give me the red one. Why on the slopes are they so jittery right now? Nice. So now you can do this, into that. But now that he's dead, you got all of them. So it's like this, you could do this, you could do that, that. You can also trade abilities in mid-combat. So like, if you do an ability that kills an enemy, you get that ability from the enemy. Yeah, the Monado arts is a thing. The Smash Brothers, yeah, there's a lot of Smash Brothers in Insignia. Like this, all of the directional attacks is very like, let me get you up here. This is very Marth. It's the dancing blade thing. Obviously the abilities are kind of like Shulk, or in general, It's like you're stealing the B attacks of enemies. That's kind of the idea. So there's a little bit of Kirby in there as well. Obviously, you've got ledge mechanics. This level has no ledges because it's still early in development. But, you know, the idea of like doing Smash Brothers things. What happened here? That's so weird. How did this break? Oh, this isn't the level. This is the level. Yeah, like the idea of doing Smash Brothers stuff, like ledge grabs, even like jumping away from the ledge. Like that is such a Smash Brothers thing. The regrab. We don't have like ledge get up attacks yet. I'm not sure if that's going to break the game to be able to attack at an enemy who can't reach you. Maybe it'll be okay. Like that, you kind of just win. Yeah, there's no invincibility right now. You also can't re-grab unless you use like an ability. Just the way that the physics of the game works, you really can't do that and then, I mean, you can kind of re-grab, but you can't go up a wall that you've just jumped off. You can't do this and then get back to it without losing more height than you had. Thank you, Rock Bottom. Because the abilities need to have the abilities need to be the key to doing everything, which then makes the enemies valuable to fight. So, hope that makes sense. I'm going to take a quick break, and when I come back, we really do have to get onto design menu stuff. Your questions are awesome though. It's so great having like fresh faces in the stream asking like questions about the game. Obviously there's like a long way to go, but like you can see the bones and the flesh is there too. There's just a little bit of, you know, we've got to detail it out a little bit, solve some bugs, and add more content, really. That's it. But the core concept of how the game works is, I think, in a really good spot. I'm really excited for people to play it. I'll be back in a bit. All right, we back. We back. Yo, I gotta put the Steam wish list on on that next to the gallery or something. a little Insignia commercial. I'll respond to that later. And thank you. Okay. Thank you, Smack in the Box. All right, let's do some dev. I'm itching. Don't keep me away from my game. So what are we going to work on? We're going to work on... I want to have a think about the equipment menu first and foremost. Hey, Pen Paul. So we're looking at... menus. This is just a menu system. Do I really not have a page on the equipment menu? Has it been that long that I haven't done any work on this since before this document has existed? Damn. Okay. Well, let's do some UX then. Let's design this menu properly. That can't be right. You heard I'm famous? Oh, I don't know about that. So what we do have is we should have an ASprite file. That is not opening right now. Oh, there it is. We've got this file here, which is the old game menu. And I'm a little bit down on this menu in general, because when I designed this in like 2017 or 16, I was like, it's a little red notebook. It's your journal. That's the menu. And now I feel like every indie game has a little red journal as the menu. I feel like it's so common for games to do that, that it's like beyond a cliche. It's like a trope now that's like lazy since I implemented it. Now, it's fine. No, I mean, scrolls would be too anachronistic. It's too early. This is a post-scroll world, but that's okay. It's all good. We might make it a black notebook instead of a red one or something like that one day. That would be really cool, because I've got some red moleskin ones that I use. That I used to design the game, actually, back in the day. So it would be really cool if it was like, Armin's book is my book. So, so all of this stuff's too old. It doesn't work anymore. It doesn't make any sense, especially this equipment menu. In the past, we had like multiple weapons that you could have. And right now there's really only one weapon, at least in the tutorial, in the demo. So, and it looks like there's going to be way more accessories. It looks like from here, what this is going to end up being. Let me just put this where I am comfortable. Where do I want this? Left. Right there, maybe. Sure. No, I want it closer to here. Okay. Let's use Figma and we'll do a little bit of mocking up. Thankfully, Figma's pretty good at this stuff. So, that's kind of the way that this works. We're probably going to have a label that's like 16 pixels. It's something that's like equip, because I just do that. I tend to do that. And then what's inside of this is going to be interesting, because it's probably going to be that you have the sword, and then I think a bunch of space for accessories. And I'm imagining the accessories is going to be what was the thing to flip this? Swap film stroke, Shift X. I love that. I love that input. Shift X, amazing. Whoever taught me that on the weekend, I'm so grateful for you. Do I miss the tower? I literally yesterday was saying I missed it. I was like, to my wife, I was like, I think I missed the tower. It was just such a good time. Just to be doing like the most pure form of like the thing that I do, you know, in an environment that was very supportive. It's rare to have that. So I'm thinking the accessories are gonna end up being sort of like this. Maybe it's 4x4. This could be like 32 pixels. Something like that, maybe? This becomes very much like the Elden Ring menu. You know how Elden Ring is like tracks? All right, it's time for a... Something like this, maybe, where you've got different kinds of accessories and you can't use up all of them. Well, this is, yeah, I guess Verbrant, I've just done that. That's why you gotta let me cook. Because I think there is a subdivision that will need to happen. I think to challenge the player creatively, to be careful about what they're using. There is a system that I absolutely love from a game called Kingdom Hearts. I just call it days because I don't know how many days. It's like 382 over 7 days or something. In Kingdom Hearts Days, this is they have a really interesting take on this kind of system. The way they do it is they literally just, in fact, I'll just show you what it looks like by getting a screenshot. $358 over 2. What does that even mean? So in that game, the equipment is it's like a Tetris game. You need to essentially slot the things that you're trying to slot. They all have a shape, they have a volume, and you can't place things in purely just one at a time. You have to like consider, I've got this upside down T piece here. How do I put that in my equipment system? in such a way that it doesn't not let me do something else. You know, there's trade-offs to make. So I like that as a way of forcing the player to make compromises. I think that's really clever. Because you could say have like, you know, the choice between, well, I've got 12 minor items, which are all rings. I can be wearing 12 rings, but none of those are going to change my game in a way that's as powerful as if I had one of this thing, which might be like a, you know, some item that's like a shield that really changes the way you play. But you can't have like 2 shields because you can't fit 2 upside down T slots into this shape. Right? If I've got this, you know, the second you shift X, now that we've got this, it's like, oh, we can't have 2 of those. They're not going to fit. So that's interesting. That's cool. It basically forces the game into like a very it means that you have to create builds. You have to think about strategy. Oh, hey, Gouda. This is like one of those areas where it's a video game. It's a game. I mean, where does the Dark Souls character or the Elden Ring character hold all of their things when they're running around? Why do they not have a giant backpack on all the time? Video games. Like, it wouldn't be fun if you did, you know? That's why. So, I think I really like this system. Exactly, hammer space. And I also like the idea of expanding this system. I like the idea of having like 1 row at the start of the game and getting extra rows as like a reward for doing something really important. Especially if it looks like this. I love when games do this, right? You have this, and you go. You gray out this. So I know I only have 4, but like, oh man, I could see that one day I'll have 12, you know? Showing the player something they can't do is an incentive for them to do it later, you know, or to find out how to get it. That's like, oh, that's the adventure game crack, I think. So currently, the way that this works is I have this as like, we call this inventory list. This is like, or like equipment list. And then this is item details. So this ends up being, you know, if you're highlighting an accessory, then this says, or I'll make it like a different color too. Then this says, hey, this is the accessory name. Let's not make this that. if there is one. You don't like knowing how many that you could get? As in seeing it as a checklist? You don't like the completionist incentive? Like, oh, I've got like 3 more. Now I gotta play the rest of the game. It's funny. My brother was saying that when he played Animal Well, he felt obliged to scrape every wall looking for secrets, because he knew that you could, once he knew that you could do it once, go through a wall into a hidden room, he felt compelled to do that to every room, which I don't feel that compulsion, but I understand why somebody would. So this is the equipped items. If you're looking at, not equipped. So the way that Dark Souls handles it, I was going to explain that. The way that Dark Souls would handle this is when you press this button, you end up with essentially, you could do it a couple of different ways. You could just grid it out like this, just have like the same thing over and over and over again, minus these things. It's probably the easiest way to do it. And then in my game, I paginate it. So I would say, this is page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4. So in like Dark Souls, this is like if you pressed, I think it's square or something, you press a button, or even just clicking on an empty space, you just go to this, and then you can select all of them. And then as you're hovering, this is the one that you've got. So this is like, maybe like here at 16. What the heck? The only thing about this is that I guess you got to keep it pretty straightforward. I mean, I've done this before. I'm sort of revalidating work that I've already done at this point, but iteration's important. If we were to do the shape thing, it would be, you would have to show the shape here as well. And the shape might be tied to what kind of thing it is. Or maybe the kind tells you how many blocks. Like a 1 block, a 2 block, or a 3 block thing. And I should mention, like, while I'm working on this stuff, there is an internal thing that I have in my head about kind of like why I would pick a system like this over any other system, right? It's really important because as you're working on your game, you're going to have a bunch of other games that you've thought about or enjoyed or worked on or whatever, things that you could add into your game. And you don't know what makes a good thing yet, right? Or at least you're trying to figure out, like, what is the reason why I should pick this mechanic over that mechanic for this game? Because I could do any of them, so what's the logic? The logic for me comes back down to values that you have for how you want the player to feel in this game. And a lot of that typically revolves around genre. So depending on the kind of game you're making, players will have different incentives or you will want to incentivize the player to do different things. So in an action adventure, for example, Adventure implies experimentation and exploration with items. Because that's the way the player engages with the game's possibility space. Outside of just if it's an action adventure, sure, you've got action mechanics and stuff. But like doing quests, trading items, finding items in chests out in the world, that's the player's way of understanding their progress in the game. So having a game that rewards the player's engagement with the item system, or gives the player a good reason to engage with the item system, that helps make the signal that your genre is, that your game's satisfying. It helps strengthen the signal that relates to the game that you're making meeting specific genre standards. And what that means is, down the track, when you're marketing your game and you use the word adventure, players, it's like it's a signal, right? It's like, oh yeah, this is the kind of game I'm asking for, or I'm looking to buy. But if your game has systems in it that don't make sense, like for example, my game, the reason why I'm doing this right now is that this game used to have a crafting system in it. Okay? The crafting system used to allow you to combine different elements of weapons. So it was like a pommel, a handle, a sword. That's still technically how the system works, but it used to be that the player could get different weapons and make different weapons by crafting together different components and substituting them. So this system was one thing, but the game itself became a lot more of a platformer over time in terms of like the challenge expression. There's a lot more of like using abilities to get around. And these weapons used to change things like properties of like the frame rate of the attacks, or the range of the attack, or depending on what weapon you pick, depending on the handle quality, like the blade type. So like there was an entire different move set for dagger, which had a smaller hitboxes than main sword versus like one-handed sword versus like great swords, had a completely different move set again. That doesn't work with my ability system because it makes the platforming system non-standardized, which means some platforms you can only reach if you have a specific type of weapon. And also you had like one main weapon in the game, which looks a certain way. So if you had different kinds of swords and stuff, I couldn't represent this handle and this pommel and this blade on the player character. So it was like, why am I telling the player to take an interest in this? Why am I giving them this system if there are so many other things in the game that don't gel with this system? It's just you have to understand the effect of how the systems you add gel with the others. I like the Tetris system. I'm thinking it might be a good way to go. Why don't you like it, Sansum? Can I ask for rando advice? I mean, you can try. What is kind? Type? Oh, kind is like... Hang on a second. Why did that just do that? Eh? What is... What is the line height of this? Why did that go all the way out there? I've never seen that before. What the heck? 11, auto, 0. Huh? Huh? I've never seen that before. What the heck is this? That is really weird. I don't know what settings could change how this works. The typography is super weird. Oh, paragraph spacing. How did that happen? Whatever. Don't know how I changed that. So the kinds are like consumable, trinket, material, accessory, key, and a couple of others. And they just mean different things. It's like different things you can do with the item. And we might have sub accessory kinds now, because accessory, if we do the Tetris thing, then it'll be like ring versus like, sash or something like that versus, different kinds of things. I'm a biology major, started an internship at a genetics lab. They brought me into bioinformatics, which I know nothing about. I was taught the basics of Bash and then told to learn R and Python to make a database. You should take a databases class. That would help. YouTube would give you a really good start. If you just literally Google or like go to YouTube and type in like R programming language basics, you'll get started okay. So, feels like I enjoyed the classic inventory systems more. Item name, amount of items in a nice list. The Tetris system seems unnecessarily complex for a magic bag of holding. Feels like it detracts from the gameplay to have to play a mini game. But then that's my personal experience. I think this is like, again, this is like a design question, right? I'm not trying to just display some items for you. There we have an inventory system that just shows like the game's inventory. Actually, I don't even have to go here because I can just show you this. The inventory looks like, where is it? Is it this? Nope. Is it this? Is it... Interesting. Something like this, which is what you were describing, right? You're just looking for like, show me all the items and how many I have. So yeah, this exists for like, hey, I am that guy. Thank you. This exists for like basic items in the game. Just like, oh, you picked up a crafting material or a, whatever. But every game that has equipment needs some kind of constraints around what you can and can't hold. So it's not even a question of like it's not your taste as a gamer or whatever. It's like, you like Final Fantasy? Like, how does the materia system work in Final Fantasy VII? The materia is set up in such a way that you can only assign certain things to certain amount of space. Like, it's the idea of limiting what the player can actually slot is extremely important to any kind of RPG or adventure game, because like otherwise you can just do everything all the time. So you have to ask, and actually as you play the game, getting more slots and letting you break the game. That's part of the appeal of an RPG or adventure game. So same thing in like, you know, Elden Ring equip menu. You know, the whole point of this system is like, well, these slots can't be used for swords. I can't have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 swords. I get 3 weapons that I can rotate between. I get bolts separate from arrows. I can have 3 offhands. And then I get 1 of every thing for the gear. Yeah, so it's really just about understanding the design implications behind the systems. Again, it's not about aesthetics per se. Like, I don't think it's, if you were a chef, you don't say like, I only cook sweet food. You know what I mean? It's like, well, there's a time and a place for sweet and a time and a place for salty and whatever. So I would, you know, if we want to just talk about this as like an exploration, we could just say, Tetris concept, and we would say why we would pick this. Good for, okay, so like, for example, here is the real reason. And I'm going to talk about my game specifically. Like, we're going to have in-game Insignia reasons for doing things. So the player encounters a lot of chests and NPCs from which they expect tangible rewards, okay? i.e. permanent upgrades. I don't want the player to be able to spec into everything all at once. I don't think that weapons, smithing different weapons for the player character to equip is a good fit for Insignia, because we have the Grail blade as the main weapon. This reminds me of the Master Sword in Breath of the Wild, where it's definitely the best, but has arbitrary constraints on it because they want the player to rotate out. So I don't like this. I think that's a dumb way to approach. I mean, like in Zelda, they had this like pre-existing genre IP value of like, there needs to be a Master Sword. We've built this game where like, we don't have any reason for there to be one Master Sword. So that's kind of like just an issue with that system. But I don't think it's a good fit because this, and because I don't want properties of the weapon to be changing now that we have the ensign system. So instead, we should have invisible, as in not drawn on the player character's sprite. Upgrades that the player can collect and choose between. So this is kind of like the deck. It's kind of like a deck of upgrades that inform builds for personalization into the late game. That's what we're looking for. Once we get to this, once we've gotten to this concept, so previously in this system we had weapon, accessories. 4 accessories at a time feels no longer like it makes sense for the game, because even in the demo, there's like 10 that you can collect. Just in like the chapter 1 that we've got, there's like so many different accessories that like, I'm not even sure if 12 is going to be enough. Like maybe we need way more slots. And if you have lots of slots, then having the player be forced to compromise between which kinds of things can be put inside of here is even better. So again, it's totally fine to do the Dark Souls Elden Ring thing where you say, well, this slot is a sword slot. It's a weapon slot. You only get so many of these. So the Tetris conversation really just comes into, do you want to tell the player what the slots are for, or do you want the player to be able to mix and match slots? Hey, Helena. Yeah, you can play it. You can play it at uponhill.itch.io/Wonderwood. There you go. We finished it. It's a little complicated. I would love to spend maybe after the jam some time like simplifying it down and adding more early levels to teach the player how to play it. Having the sprite change with items feels good, IMO. Yeah, it's really hard for me because my game has like crazy levels of like animation in it. So like where on the sprite would you put something physical that would change the player's appearance? Like, let's say I want to put a shoulder pad on. How do I do that? If I have to draw it everywhere that there is a shoulder, the shoulder's moving every pixel. If I duck down, the shoulder's moved. If I jump, the shoulder moves. If I go to the run animation, if I start running, every single frame means I've got to have a spot for a pauldron on the shoulder. So it's physically impossible. Even with swords, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at all these frames. Look at all these frames. Look at these frames. Look at this frame. Like there's so many animation frames just for the weapon that like, it's just too hard. Now we could have little things following around you, little like visual things like fairies or whatever. You could have like a visual effect for like enchantments or something like that caused by the items. But I don't want to clutter the screen too much. I'm a little cautious of that. So instead you might put them here, Elden Ring style, underneath the HUD. I think that's totally fine. Makes a lot of sense to me. In fact, I'm going to put it in this document right now. So you can see, it's interesting, right? How this stuff gets, it's like, you look at other games and see how they solve the same challenges. But you have to understand what's equivalent and what's not. Hey, Elzak. I rested I must have slept like 15 hours yesterday all up. Like in the last 24 hours. I think I slept like 15. At like, what, 2 p.m. I went to bed. I woke up at like, not 2, like 1 p.m. yesterday. Woke up at like 5:30 and then went back to bed at like 12:30 and woke up at like 11. So like, what's that? Like 10 hours, 14 hours, something like that. I still feel tired. Like pulling an all-nighter is not great, but definitely feeling okay today. So I think the Tetris concept's cool. Let's go for another one. The other way to do it would be, I should say though, pretty, I really like the Tetris thing, personally. I just really like it. Slot kind concept. I'll tell you why I like the Tetris one first. I like this because it creates, it's got a hard rule, but it has space for compromise. The player can be creative and personalize this space in ways that makes them feel like they can solve a puzzle. That expression, that creativity, to me is more interesting than this. Because this says, well, I can't do a double, I mean, I think you can do double shields in Elden Ring, but you know, there are certain things that you couldn't do in this system if I hard code what goes where. So that's just a little idea. Yeah, I know it's fun because they have the same system in Kingdom Hearts. So I like it. Rotatable, I wouldn't do, but I can see why somebody would do it. I get it. Like, I just don't know if I want it to be like a full mini game. So the other way to do this would be slot kind of concept. So same idea. In this version, we hard code what kind of things can go where. This affords, you can now get like different item upgrades that unlock those specific slots. E.g., accessory pouch versus or not accessory pouch, like ring pouch versus bangle whatever slot. So now you can unlock different amounts of things in the rows. That's not bad, right? That's kind of fine. And you can even have like fewer of these ones. That would be the most direct way of comparing this system. So you could have like, oh, I've only got 3 of these slots, but I've got 2 of these. So there's like the promise of getting an item that gives you that. That gives you an extra slot in that department. I think that's about it. I can't think of any other reasons why I would want to do this. And then you could still do something like this, but instead I think you would just do, when you go into the inventory slot for that kind of thing, you wouldn't even bother showing this. You would just go maybe 2 rows of text or something like that. And you would just go down the page. In fact, typically what I would do in this system, whoops. Well, in my case, it's like delete that, do this, but like smaller, like 16 usually. And then you've got like the name of the thing and then the quantity or something over there, which we've done many, many times in the past. It should be like all rings or something like that. Don't need this, but same thing there. Yep. Hey Yanis, welcome. Why did you sell out to Vibecoder? Sell out? How did I sell out? What does that mean? That's not a very nice thing to say. If a ring is 2x2 but a sword is 3x6, for example, I'd be like, that makes sense. No, it's more like, yeah, I mean, it would be like, see here, like the ring is like, whatever this is, like 1 slot. But then like you might have something that's just like 2 slots wide or one on top of the other. That's the Tetris idea. Insignia is hand coded. I do code it by hand. I know you're just making jokes. I get it. I'm not taking offense. It's all good. Unless you're not, in which case, them's fighting words. I mean, I still use my hands to type on the keyboard. Okay, so, I mean, like, are there any other major ways we could arrange the inventory in the game? Other things that you can collect in the game? I guess it's really important too, of like, what is the inventory? There is a mastery menu, which previously, so we had a menu called like the Grail menu. Let me move all this stuff over there and we can have a look at it. So this is the, I'll move it here for now. We're not going to keep it here, but This is the ability unlock evolution. So previously we had a page for abilities, and we thought of different ways we could flesh that out. Eventually we ended up with this kind of like sphere grid system from like FF10, which we're going for. And I'm happy with, but these dots here are major health upgrades, and they used to live on a page that was here. So you get all the abilities, and then this is just an index of the abilities you can get. And this is like, 20 health orbs you can get in the game. This page doesn't exist right now. So I'm just making sure that there are no other item things that should go on this that aren't weapons or accessories. We also had a designs menu, and it used to be that designs sat right here in this system. So if you go over to here, this slot here, so we had 3 rings, and then this hammer icon would go to a page that shows designs. It's like how to make something. That's what this is. So it's like, oh, it's like literally a blueprint, and you need one of these, 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 in order to make this thing. And that would show up not here. This would be like, you'd be looking at an inventory page on this side of designs, and then as you hover them down, you see one of these pages show up. So right now, there is no, the designs page is its own thing. So this really is just weapon accessories. You have a weapon inventory. I'm still going to let you equip. To have the weapon icon there lets us expand it into having multiple weapons. So being able to click this, go into a list and replace it with something is fine. We can still do that. But I do think that this whole bottom half of this slot probably needs to be just filled up with accessories. And I think 12 is a good number, personally. I have a feeling 12 is going to be the sweet spot. Just my hunch. They need to be, I guess, tighter together. Oh, maybe it's not going to be enough. Now that I look at it like this, it's like, oh, is that really enough? Let's take a look. So yeah, definitely not going to be enough. If you have one thing that's a square, maybe. And then you have one thing that's one of these. You can still get one thing that's one of these. Hello? Yeah. That's still pretty good. See you in a bit. I'm just going to take a quick break. Be right back. Yo, yo. Look, I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little accessories seems reasonable, but 12 as a cap feels like a lot. And because it's a pixel art game, we're kind of actually constrained by some of these things. So I should actually check this stuff. You know what I mean? Because if it's literally not going to fit, then we've got a problem. The Naked Gun, Liam Neeson. Is Liam Neeson in The Naked Gun using Liam Neeson's accent? Or does he talk like somebody else? Wait, isn't The Naked Gun... Isn't that... like... What's his name? Isn't that Leslie Nielsen? Liam Neeson is the guy from Taken. Tell me how to interpret it. Oh, wait, there is a Liam Neeson Naked Gun?
Wow. Here it is, Naked Gun. I'm a man with a particular set of skills. Now, you've got a few options. Either get naked or get a gun.
I don't know anything about what we're talking about. I don't know anything about this movie other than the title and who's in it. So that's about as much as you're going to get.
The logo is pink. I have a very particular set of skills. One of those skills is flight. By spinning my hips at an incredible speed, I can fly into the sky like a helicopter.
That's all I can presume.
Now give me back my daughter.
Right? I mean, what else could it be about? What else could it be about, chat? His daughter is taken. He is a helicopter. Someone gets naked. There is a gun. It sounds like the plot to me. So in my game, items are 16 by 16, which is very small, actually. Well, the slot is more like 20 by 20. Really? That's all it is? I got plenty of space. What the heck? Just let me grab it. Thank you. Well, if we just did it that way, it looks like we've got plenty of space. $22 maybe by 22. Still heaps of space. And I think, like we were saying, 4 by 3. That's your 4x3. If you'd add Georgian elements, I don't know what that means. What are we talking about? What do these words mean? Do I recommend any books? Oh man, see, I learned UX at university, so it's a little harder for me to recommend specific things because I kind of pieced together a lot of different insights from different lectures and different tutorials. I didn't really read a book, but Donald Norman, if you like books, The Design of Everyday Things is an interesting one. This is kind of like more like industrial design, I think, than like UX design, but the thought process is pretty good. Yeah, we could do that, Elzak. And then there's a book that I've got somewhere called Interaction Design. I think it's called that. Or is it Designing Interfaces? It's not this one. No, it's not this one either. Where is this book? It is disabled for now. Or maybe I'll undisable it. The thing is, I just know that as soon as I undisable it, we'll do it without the redemptions. We'll just play it. But like, I know as soon as I unlock them, we're going to be playing a lot of jam games, and I don't have the time to do that this week. Yeah, the resources, I probably should have more on hand for people asking that stuff. It might have just been called Interaction Design. No. It's not The Design of Everyday Things. It's not any of these ones. What is the book that I've got called? I haven't looked at it in a while. When I was going through uni, UX UI was kind of young as a thing. I think right now there would be way more resources, but as a field, you can kind of go a few different ways. There's like design research, so like understanding this from like a psychology perspective. There's design as in like visual communication, which is a completely different set of things. One is more like science and more academic. The other is more artsy. There is probably some overlap between the two, but it's a little bit similar to how psychology as a field has evolved over the years, where, you know, there was a time when it's just like, trust me, bro, you know, like whatever we think is cool is true. And there's just like popular ideas that go around. And then there's like actual hard science, which even if it's hard science, it's still soft sciences because you're talking about social stuff. So there's statistics, you can go that way. And then there's like trying to make inferences based on behavior and things like, for example, like Kolb's learning cycle is something that I was referring to in like an honors thesis that I wrote. And it's like sort of related to like developmental psychology or like just learning psychology. And it's like useful for UX, but how this relates directly back to any UX that you would read in a book is like, Well, this is really more just about how psychology crosses over with it. But there's like I don't know. I guess a lot of what I learned was like kind of like heuristics. So like a lot of this kind of thing, you know, a lot of like explaining processes and trying to explain process in a way that classifies or codifies phases of thought or experiments you can go through. A lot of it's like techniques. I don't know what covers this stuff. Design thinking is another one. Design thinking came from, I don't want to spend too much time on this, but IDEO, I think. Again, it's very trust me bro thing, where like a company came up with a way of doing things, and then they're like an agency that just makes stuff. And they have a way of approaching problem solving that's kind of just, I think it came from them. Origins of design thinking. Is it IDEO? Credited with popularizing the concept, right? So user-centered design as a concept, I mean, there's so many different, what really happened was, as an industry, there were multiple industries that were doing the same thing. Like, how do we design for how people interact with things? That was like the first thing. And interaction design specifically, outside of like digital design, only really started happening when we had digital things like computers. But we were still doing industrial design before that. So there's like the industrial design Bauhaus stuff, or like visual communication marketing stuff. And then there's the human computer interaction stuff. HCI is like what you learn if you're from computer science or IT. It's like, how do computers get interacted with by humans? Very cold, very dry. You're learning about flowcharts and diagrams for interacting with systems. But they are trying to solve similar problems, just from a completely different angle. And then you have, like the design thinking, like user-centered design, which is what we basically built modern UX around. So, like me knowing all this stuff is like just because I did a degree that covered it all. And I probably don't really have the best holistic or like individual breakdown of explaining why this is a thing. But all of the models kind of look like this. So there's some fuzzy truth that everything kind of gets at. But in terms of like me recommending authoritative books on the thing, it's hard because I feel like I never really learned it that way. Yeah, it's a lot of like, this industry is going through the process of like getting out of a lot of grift, I think. I think there's like a lot of grift in UX UI from like the early 2000s to like mid 2015s, like the 2010s. I feel like even when I was going through it, don't make me think. Yeah, like I don't know this book. I can't recommend it, but maybe it's good. Would I ever write a pixel art book? Maybe. I would call it one at a time. Maybe. I haven't gotten to my book phase yet. I haven't started writing books. Yeah, we started with the design of everyday things. We started with Donald Norman. You should also check out Doug Engelbart. His stuff's amazing. It's like early computing and designing systems for like interacting with data. This is like, this blew my mind. I had a really good lecturer, like slash professor slash mentor at university. His name is Rob Saunders. That's him there. The stuff that he introduced to me as like a first year uni student he was also my honors mentor, honors supervisor, was like really challenged my brain and made me understand like the path that I'm on now is basically because of like him. Just being introduced to a bunch of different concepts in a way that made me question and think about how the world is like, the world of information is structured. Yeah. Like for example, he introduced me to Brett Victor. You got to check out Brett Victor's Inventing on Principle. It's a YouTube video. Watch this. You watch this video, your brain will burst. It's such an amazing little like treatise on design. And it's like still to this day, it's like hard to understand why we're not doing more stuff like this. This guy, Brett Victor, goes by Worry Dream. He's got a website, I think, called Worry Dream. Oh, he's changed it a lot since then. I think... Yeah, Stop Drawing Dead Fish is another really good one. Yeah. Really good video. Just like challenging the ways that we create. Full stop. Challenging ways that we create, specifically using digital means. Just pushing, just the idea that like, you can do this way better. There's like way better ways of thinking about how to interact with stuff. And actually, I still, to this day, look at things in my game and I think, oh, I should be doing a better job of this. Essentially, when I've got like a point in my game where I'm trying to dictate the path of an object in the scene. So for example, I got cutscenes in the game, and inside the cutscenes, I've got these things that happen. So I've got all these sliders that control how the things operate, and I move the sliders over time in the timeline. It's like, okay, I'm going to set this thing to happen here, and then I'm going to set this thing to happen here, and you know, the sliders are going to shift as specific things are happening. But this is not an intuitive way to think about what these things are. I can't look at this and understand what I did. I mean, I can scrub and I can kind of, you know, I can try to figure it out. You know, I can watch the things move around in the level, and a lot of what I've done here is better than what I had. Like a lot of my features, I can actually read the dialogue that happens in the scene. I can watch the things move around. I can see where the camera's gonna go. That's a lot of good stuff. But there's actually a lot more happening that's hard for me to like see and was hard for me to author. Oh, thank you. But why should I be moving sliders around and not literally doing like performance capture? Like, why am I not just dragging around the objects in the scene and having that be the way that I encode and preview the things? Like, I've got like a, you know, I don't know if it'll play here, but yeah, here we go. Hang on a second. It's the wrong aspect ratio. So like these things here, right? That circle, I should have drawn a circle somewhere and just had that drive what happens. Or the way those all fly away, that's procedural. But I could have just drawn a spline to show where they need to go. But the spline could have been authored by I could have hand drawn the spline if I had a good spline drawing tool. But like the current spline drawing tool that I have is basically just a bunch of points and you can kind of fiddle with it and do something. But like, wouldn't it be great if you could just like draw it where it goes? Like with your hand. Why don't we perform more things that we want? Or even like, I think about this a lot, like curves. So like my player character, I visualize how he jumps with these red lines. So the purple line is a short hop and the red line is a bit full jump. And that's fine. But like those are based on, like, a lot of what I do is based on animation curves. Those animation curves are drawn by me playing with knobs and anchors, you know? So like the jump, if I just minimize all this, that's the jump arc. And it's cool that it looks like this, and it's cool that I can visualize it. But like, so like being able to like drag this down and seeing it, you can just see it there, change. That's good, but like, wouldn't you want to be able to, especially for things that are visual and aesthetic and aren't gameplay related, wouldn't you want to be able to draw like, oh yeah, this character runs along here in the cutscene and then jumps up here and then moves over there, like puppeteering it, like with shadow puppets or something? Wouldn't that be how you would want to author the content? Because you're really just playing out with your hand what you want to see. Even just like pathing for enemies, like in a cutscene, you know, like start here, draw, runs from here to here, and then jumps up on this, and then does this and glides down or something. Like, what's stopping you from authoring it that way? It's just the tools. But you'd have a much closer relationship with the data if you could do it. So that's just my little thing that I learned from that video. That's from Stop Drawing Dead Fish. And the, yeah, inventing on principle. You're looking at them. I'm working on them right now. It's okay. Okay, so it looks like these are not actually the right size for the actual in-game menu, which is I don't know why when I pause the game, this is 640 by 360 is the native aspect ratio. I pause the game here. That should be a true representation of the game. It is. Okay. So now the dimensions of this are literally what I have to work with space-wise. And in this environment, I have less than I thought I did. So it's more like that, really. Now, keeping it straightforward, I could just scale this. And as long as it works, it works. But I have to make sure that the size is like, this is probably still needs to be 11 pixels. This could be 16 still. Hey Raiders, how's it going, Grumble? Good to see ya. And then these here. Well, that's 32 by 32. I mean, that's pretty big. That's for 2xing the item size. I'd probably have to remove the lines in this concept, but that's not too bad already. That kind of still works. And then this would have to be like 2, basically. And that gives us back our 12. Which, again, as we've seen, 12 is actually not bad. Oh, see ya, Grumble. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'd do if I needed to make this. I mean, that looks like, what's that? 15. 15 slots is a lot. If we're just talking about balancing, like what happens if you have 15 individually sized items, they need to start getting quite conditional, I think. I've been playing a little bit of Balatro recently, and I could see how like you would have to Balatro this a little bit. So like you have like very conditional things that operate on very specific constraints. How come I can't just grab the thing? Okay. And that's 22 pixels. So like if I go to like my Apple drops, the native items. Oh wow, that's actually exactly what I wanted. So this is just like the item icons. And in that context, we have like tons of space. but I wouldn't, I was considering having, and maybe this is where we have to compromise. I was considering having there be 2 sets of icons. So like accessories specifically get like a much bigger picture that's not based on 16 by 16. Oh my god. Let me just grab the thing, bro. There we go. You just figured it out? Figma is free. I mean, unless you've got a big team. It's free to use a little bit. It's kind of like almost like shareware. Like once you want to start really using it, you might need more files, but one file gets a lot of stuff going. It's kind of like Notion in that sense. Oh, Elzac, yeah, it's a bit broken that way. I'm about to push an update that fixes that. Where is that, by the way? Let me go do that quickly. There's just like one line of code that kind of breaks the ending. Let me quickly edit it. Hey Petra, I'm using Figma, Figma. Okay, this should fix, that should fix that little bug. There's a bug that happens, the game is supposed to be circular, like when you beat it, you can keep going back around. And there's a little patch, there's a little thing that I made happen that helps that be more likely, that you don't soft lock yourself when you go back to the start, but it's currently 50-50. It just flips what you were doing. So if you're holding an orb, it drops the orb as you go into the next level, which is bad. If you're not holding the orb, then it picks it up as you go into back to the first level. So now it picks it up both times. Yes, chaos orbs. Exactly. Yeah, it was just one line of code that I forgot that I was toggling rather than picking up always. Yeah. It's fixed now. I just fixed it, I think. I assume. Let me go and test that. Yeah, you are allowed to fix game-breaking stuff, as far as I understand. As long as you don't add content. Is this person in the things like genuinely stuck on a second layer? I'm guessing I need to get into that little room on the third layer, but even if I glitch it by bouncing between layers, going back is impossible. Because of how the light doesn't stay in the place instead of repropagates every time you change layers. They didn't figure out the game. It's not easy. The game's hard. Looks really easy when I play it though. There you go. Easy. What are you talking about? It's not hard, it's an easy game. Just get good at my game. Am I out of touch? No, it's the players who are wrong. I mean, look how easy it is. You just jump around. Okay, not like that. Oh, I might have soft locked it now. No, I didn't. It's okay. It's an easy game. So easy, pals. Oh, I definitely need that purple back. Look. It's so easy. No, it's actually really, there are some design challenges that I just didn't solve that require like knowledge to get the answer. And I will do better. I've got some work to do on it. It's not anyone's fault if they can't figure it out. This is a real Metroid Brainia. I made a Metroid Brainia. It's not trivial, it's really complicated. It's not going to do well. 100% it will not do well in the judging. People are going to hate this. Look at that, a double. Oh, wrong way. Hang on. Okay, it's the last one. It's my first time 100%ing this. There you go. Yay! That's the first time I've heard that. That's the first time I've heard the victory sound. the full victory sound. It's complicated. It's a complicated game. Well, I was told by chat that it was too quick when I had it in there. Hey, Nelson, welcome. People were like, oh, we should be able to see how we slammed into the thing so that we can see, so we can not make the same mistakes. Because there's a lot of bumping around otherwise. And I don't want to incentivize the player to just spam the buttons, because you can kind of soft lock it actually if you spam it. I would love to work on this game a little bit more and make it smoother. Have the learning curve slower, more levels, and make them levels. Like you win if you get to the end of the screen 1, and then you go back to the map screen, you pick another one. And then like tighten it down so that you really can't cheese it. Like if you hit something, you can't, right now you can double slam into 2 different walls. And then just make it visually a little cleaner. And there's a couple of design challenges that I couldn't solve in the time that I had, but I'd love to. Mostly around, it's still not right. This thing here of like, I can go through, right? And I can see these dots. I can see these dots telling me that I can go back, but it's not obvious. But how do I explain that what's there? Like, how do I explain that there's something back here that you can jump to in any other way than just shining a little... Oh, I could shine a spotlight here. Like a circle on the... No, but then it's still not right, because even if I bring this through here... So right now, there's a green circle here. What would happen if this green was behind this white? Like, there's nothing here for the light of the green to shine onto. Oh, you can't find the game because you can only find it on itch.io. Because you can't search games on Ludum Dare while the judging's still on. Yeah. So there's stuff that you can't, like, there's really hard UX problems that are quality of life stuff that would be great if I could solve them. But they would take more than 48 hours to solve. They're not straightforward issues. I think I need to flatten the design space a little bit, or like the play space. The fact that you can see all the levels in front of you if this fog is clear is not good. It makes it too hard to interpret what's on the layer that you're on. If the back circle was just a 1 pixel line, like an outline, maybe. But even then, like, there's a lot of visual clutter. I think I would need to, if I had fog, if the fog only persisted one layer, rather than seeing the fogs in the future, I think it would be okay. Like, I would need to make the lights that obscure the fog in future layers turn off when you're on one layer. So that you can only see this layer and the next layer and then that 1 pixel outline of the previous. That would be how I would do it. It's as a UX guy, this project is so fun to work on. As a game developer, it's kind of heartbreaking seeing people not get it. I'm really excited to keep working on it, but it's not a straightforward game to make, or to like this is like making this game was a puzzle. I'm really excited to work on it more one day, but it's really hard to get right. So this would be, I mean, if you make it 2 and 2, that would be if we wanted everything at 32x at a single unit. I mean, it could be worse. It's pretty big. I wouldn't design it this way. But I do like the idea of having there be, I guess, a little bit bigger for these items. They're just so tiny. I feel like it's hard to get excited about them. Did you see John Blow game? Do you mean Braid? I love Braid. It did remind me a lot when I was making it that it's like somewhere between Braid and Fez to me. It's what it feels like. That's not like I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but like making something that's really complicated and trying to get other people to appreciate it is hard to do. Yeah, it is like Fez. The way that the game stops when you transition between the layers is exactly how Fez works. In fact, I at first it didn't stop, and then I made it slow down 50%, and then I made it slow down 20%, and then I made it stop. And when it stopped, I was like, that's why Phil Fish made it stop in Fez. Because like you can cheese it otherwise. If you can be moving between while you're rotating or doing the depth thing, it changes the play space. So it's better to just pause the game for a second while it's happening. Super fun concept to play around with. I enjoyed it immensely. Bit of a shame how hard it was to finish. So I think this would be a good size. And when I'm looking at these icons like this, at this scale, if I flip it up to 32, that's too big, but I think 24 would be good. Which means all of the accessories need 24 by 24 things. But if I go to like honey ring, how big's that? That might be, wait, oh, that's 32. Yeah. Gee, it's not bad. It's not bad at 32. Why the Tetris shapes? Oh, it's just an inventory concept, like a way of making it impossible for you to just spec. Like, it's a way of creating constraints around the player speccing specific things in their build. So in like Elden Ring, you can only fit things into slots that are labeled as the same type of thing that it is. But in games like Kingdom Hearts 358 over 2 days, the things have shapes. So you can only put this piece if you didn't put, you can't put 2 of these in the same inventory, basically. So it's a way of creating, it's not like encumbrance, but it's similar. Well, I guess I would just give it a 32 by 32 and just draw it in the middle or something like that. I guess that's how I would do it. You maybe could equip 12 rings, yeah. I mean, you got lots of fingers. You could put 2 rings on each finger. I mean, maybe I would draw it in such a way that it worked. It's fun design constraint. Hey, Laybuck. The easy thing to do would just have to be to have 2x, 1x. You just get rid of these shapes. Like if we really needed to, if it was a real issue, you know, you could get away with, I think, just 1x shapes and then the different kinds of 2x and then the 4. I feel like even that would be plenty. You could probably get away with L pieces as well. I feel like that as an inventory system is like, there's nothing wrong with that. That's fine. Yeah, so in Kingdom Hearts, I think you get benefits if the same color touches. So you've got like purple, 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 and it creates like it's like a match 3 kind of situation. This wouldn't be, I don't think I would do that. I think I would just have it be that it's, you know, you want to put, I want an excuse to design really cool pixel art for specific items. And I want some items to be more rare and more powerful than others. And I want for the player to have to choose between them. And I think this offers them a way to do that in a way that tests their creativity a little bit and creates interesting builds. So I'm really tempted to use this kind of system over something like this, where you've just got like ring slots, weapon slots, whatever, shield slots or something like that. I mean, it's not a huge feature creep. I've got to redesign this system anyway because we don't have 2 weapons anymore. So like I have to design this anyway. I'm close. I just need to do something. And the game currently doesn't really have a hook in this area. So doesn't seem too complicated. Like I'm only here because I need to update this menu. Anyway, and I have a new, basically because while working on the demo, for the amount of NPCs there are and quests that those NPCs give you, you need rewards for those quests, which means we've got a lot of we've got a lot of slots in the story, in the campaign, for permanent item upgrades. Like there's a lot of content in the game that warrants the player getting something permanently. So I would prefer for the player to get lots of different cool items and then figure out how they're going to use them, than to say, for example, the opposite, the alternate route would be give the player a bunch of crafting materials and then force them to try to make specific things, which we still have, but you want to be able to have something permanent. So now it's like, now I need a system that pushes the player to be creative in that space. Like, if there's like 10 cool accessories in chapter 1, how do I make you engage with those 10 items in an interesting way? That's where we're at. It's like there's content, and now I need the features to map to support the content. Whereas before it was 3 accessories and a design slot because Dark Souls has 3 accessories. You know what I mean? Like I was just like, well, this other game does it this way, so I'll just give the player 3. I think it's 2 in Dark Souls 1 and 4 in Dark Souls 2. That's no better of a justification. In fact, it's not a justification. It's just picking something arbitrarily. Okay. Yeah, I want to do this. Now, I've got to go because tonight I need to back up, and I got to be cooking tonight to make up for the fact that I was kind of a bit of an anchor over the weekend while I was doing Ludum Dare. My wife's got some stuff that she's doing, so I got to be cooking. And I want to be cooking, and I want to go for a walk, so I can't stream late tonight. You guys have had like 48 hours of streaming content from me in the last like 3 days, so I'm going to try this week. This will hopefully take me just tomorrow, but I've got a lot of stuff to do for the festival on the weekend. We're going to be at a local game dev fest, celebrating games made in my city, and Insignia is going to be there. So I have to get a build ready. The build's pretty much fine as it is, but I want to get some of this stuff in there as soon as possible, including, if we just map it out again, what I'm trying to do is equipment menu, design menu, quest log, and maybe fast travel. If I can get those in the game, I'll be really happy by Friday. That'd be great. And all of them exist in some capacity. They're just a bit broken right now. So it's not, except for fast travel. All right. So Elzak, did you have a game? That's okay, Sansom. There's still an inventory that's exactly how you like it for the rest of the game. All the other stuff works that way. Just the equipment menu. You still get what you want out of the normal inventory. I haven't seen Battle Network 3, but I have played Mega Man Battle Network, the first one. Wait, these are all the same word. They all mean start. I'm just going to press start. But these are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 circles of hell. I like the, this is very Balatro coded. But actually though, wait, can I just undo one? No. Wait, or can I just paint? No. Oh, Elzak, please, you gave me a sprite editor with no undo. Oh no, there is right click. I changed my mind. Thank you very much. Can I draw? Oh, I can. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, now I just have to make almond, don't I? What am I doing with this? I got a pen here. Oh, I'm just going to do pixel art. What the heck, man? It looks like a little goatee. You gave me 2 shades of red. You must have known. Well, I already like this game because it let me draw my OC in it. It's just shadow. It's just shadow. There you go. Wait, can I just... No, I have to do black there as well. Close enough. Welcome back, Armin. Okay, how do I play? Ooh, okay. Oh, it's an RPG? How do I... I guess this one? It's hard for me to know what I'm doing right now. Okay, so we all got upgrades. Is it like a multiplayer RPG? Haha. Haha. This is voice acting. We died. Oh, you get chances. Okay. No. I'm terrible at this. Deals 30% of max health as damage. Heals all allies for 2. I don't know what's good. Oh. That's hard. Oh, I don't get to keep my old one. Hey, we won. Would have been a little bit nicer for this stuff to be a bit more, like, it's hard for me to appreciate the different things because they're all like, it's all just text. It'd be nice if there was some color coding, or even here, like, just to see like some bars instead of the stats, especially the fonts right now. Like, it's hard for me to engage with the it's hard for me to engage with the strategy from a top level because it's all text. So getting like a bird's eye view conceptually of like this is cool, the health bars with the text, like it's a really cool idea. There's some cool stuff here. It's just hard to get that mental overview of what's going to happen, or like what would be a good idea for each of the characters. Like, he's got 10 HP. Is that a lot of HP? What's his HP like compared to everybody's? Is it always 10 all the time? Just little things like that. It's hard to sort of mentally take stock. Like, should I be going for healing, or should I be going for aggression? Does it matter how these choices, how do I like appraise my build? You know what I mean? Yeah. Man, I got absolutely clobbered. Damn. You get 3. You can't see it up there, but you get 3 lives. Do you always get damage? Oh, that was cool. Do you always get damage from the front first? Pow. Cool. Thanks for sharing. That's cool. Were those characters that I fought against player generated content? Like UGC? That was really cool. Do you know what? If I could add one thing to the game, it's on like the title screen. It would have been really cool to see those in like a carousel rolling across the bottom of the screen. Just all the different faces people made. Because like, I had a lot of fun with it, but in the battle, I was kind of like distracted. But on like the title screen, it would have been nice just to see all the different drawings people made just before I jump in. Even if you label them, like, oh, hey, Zaloy. Oh, I'm glad you took that from it. That's awesome. Yeah, like, even just something that said like player uploaded faces or something like that, or like community characters, or even, you know what else would be really cool? If in the player selection screen, I could pick one that somebody made rather than drawing my own. That could be cool as well. Just scrolling through, if I could just manually flick through all of them, just as a matter of like personal, just to get something interesting out of it. Some people might not be good artists, but they might want to pick a cool character. Because that's like, it's like such a cool part of what you designed, such a cool part of your game, that it's a shame if someone played the game and didn't realize that they were all made by other people. I think it's, yeah, I would have assumed it. Like, I did assume it. Not I assume. The only reason I knew it was user generated was because you mentioned that you made like an MMO or something like that. You were saying you put networking in, but I would have assumed that it was just, you drew like 20 characters and you just rotate through them. I would have assumed that if I didn't know you specifically. So let's take a really quick, I think I gotta go. I did want to spend like a second just rationalizing this equip menu a little bit more. This is called Figma, David. So it's the idea of, how do I define an item in this context? What is the process of selecting an item from your grid of 12? Do you select this and then it's bottom right? Like, sorry, top left down to bottom right? No worries, Elzak. I can see the concept is really sound. There's a lot of like tech and like systems behind it. With a little bit of like visual communication, I think it would be really fun. So this is definitely going to need a, what's the word? It might need a view that is not one screen like this and then go in. Like, I think that the interaction model that Dark Souls does is not going to work for this, where you have like, this is my equipped menu, and then click an empty slot to go find something to bring back, because you're going to forget what's here when you're in the other page. Instead, I think it's got to be like, I mean, maybe I show you when maybe you select all of this, and when you select this, you get given, maybe it's the one that you're on right now, and then that gets a big stroke like this. Maybe it's center. It's like glong. Now we're editing this. And then on this side, you have all of the possible items you could add. But they would actually be, they would need to be basically this kind. So you'd be seeing this view of all the items to be a list. What is mine? So you'd be hovering over an item. Man, I just don't know what's going on with this. Oh, this is the wrong item that I pressed. I meant to put it in like here and then do this button and then go whoop. Oh, that's not what I do. I do something like this, which maybe I shouldn't, but so selecting this would have a tetronymo shape associated with it. You know, maybe you would see like a little, I don't know, maybe it would be even here. You would see that or something like that. And then this would then have to react to that. Now, I don't think we should ever do 3x3. I think it should actually just stay 2x2 maximum because it makes it a lot easier to design. And placing a tetronymo that's 3 across actually is way harder. It's way harder. Easy to just have it look like that, or not like that, but like that. And then when you go to place it, you can see over here, it's like these also flash blue or something like that. Or maybe they fill. You should be able to hover and see it. Otherwise you got to do click and drag stuff. Which is harder. So having this be like that at least makes sense, because it's like this is the slot that I'm hovering, and as I scroll down, these are the slots that are affected, and they flash or whatever, have like a dashed outline or something would be the other way to do it. with the same color. I think that's pretty simple. Hey, Kuya. Thank you. Hello. Welcome. Thanks for being here. And then you would see, like, obviously your other items that you were already equipped with. And then if this happened to be here already, you would have to do this all in red. Something like that. And then you need a way of rearranging. It's tough. Not a straightforward system. I'm going to have to look at how they do it in Kingdom Hearts or in any of those other games to know how the interaction should be. Hey, Evan. Hey. Welcome, welcome. I'm actually just about to head out myself. Sorry about that. But I got some cooking to do. Hey, everybody who's watching right now in chat. You should, that's messed up. It is messed up and it sucks. Let me just give a quick recap of what's happening. I'm working on an equip menu redesign for my game. Right now, we're considering a Tetris style equip system so that you can't fit everything in the same space. You can't get enough. You just can't get enough. We're considering a couple of different systems. It's not going to be made with AI. No, unfortunately not. And we just did a game jam. You can play you can check out the jam at ldjam.com. You can play the game as well. It's called Wonderwood. Wonderwood. Where is this? There it is. We should make this a command. You can check that out there. I made that game. But also, it's really complicated. It's really hard to play and really complicated. Don't feel bad if you can't beat it because it's really hard. Or if you soft block it, I'm sorry. But the other thing you can do is you can go and wishlist Insignia. What? For the first time in 8 years, we finally got a Steam page for the game. You can wishlist it now and secure the future of Insignia. If you are interested in single-player action-adventure games like mine, I would say you should wishlist it just to make sure that publishers know that people want to play games like this because, they're pretty risk-averse right now and they really just want to fund deck builders. So for the deck builder players in the chat, you should wishlist it anyway to balance things out, But if you're excited about the game, please do wishlist it. It gives us a huge, huge, huge help in getting this game released. Thank you, Blue Pen. It's not woke, so you're Gucci. I don't know. You know what? I think people like to see woke in whatever they want. So it's kind of impossible to evade the criticism of woke because everyone thinks something is woke. Thank you, Kuya. Character has colored hair. Must be woke. Character has rainbow abilities. Different colors. Not in my video game. Blood only. there are girls in this game. All right. So I'm going to go. Thanks, pals. It was a pleasure. Let's go find someone to raid. I gotta make some green curry. It's gonna be really good. Who do we want to raid? Ici on dev project. Is that French? Oui, yes, French. Well, we can't raid the French. They're too woke. No, who are we gonna raid? We're gonna raid somebody who speaks the same language as us. I mean, Ryan Art's great. I think his game is already playable. I think it's on early access maybe, or he launched something. Go check him out. Thanks everybody. It was a pleasure. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. If you like my content, go wishlist Insignia. That's basically it. I'm not going to tell you to go and subscribe and become a patron or use your Prime sub. It's free to do, and I'm not going to promote all that other stuff. I'm just going to say go wishlist Insignia. Don't go join the Discord. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about playing my Ludum Dare game. Just go wishlist Insignia. Okay? Thanks, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the IndieTales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.